Итак, что это такое? Это The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Всем привет. Это, короче, как я понял, какое-то дополнение, которое больше самой игры. И, короче, да, я в детстве играл в эту игрушку. Это было капец как давно. И сейчас вот я узнал, что тут обновление-то, как я понял, большое. И, наверное, даже стоит посмотреть. Ну и решил сделать это на стриме. Вы уже играли? Да, я играл. Только и непонятно, где этот будет новый контент. Ну, пускай так будет. Так что сейчас посмотрим. Текущее время. Что, игра не умеет распознавать мое время? И здесь ПМ, да? АМ, ПМ. ПМ это, по-моему, день. Ну, типа, это 12 часов ночи. Это час. 2. У меня сейчас 5 часов. 33 минуты. Интересно. Так, правильно ведь, да? Надо посмотреть. ПМ на часах. Да. Нет, в смысле? А, не, все норм. Это типа пост, midday и after day. Midday. Короче, ладно. Да, подтвердить. По времени тут как-то влиять еще будет на игру. Специальные настройки. Что за специальные настройки? Вроде нормально по звуку. А есть ультра. Окей. Для действия не надо будет нажимать определенные кнопки. То есть вообще можно будет ничего не нажимать. Поле зрения 72. Сойдет. На стрим почему-то так тихо, я на стрим прибавлю, наверное. У меня почему-то в наушниках прям громко. Блин, прикольно, их можно просто всех вырубить. Ну там типа сзади нас какая-то жизнь идет, я так понимаю, в офисе в этом, да. Че, начинаем? Русский будет? Значит, учить. Тихо.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Так, ну можно, в принципе, сразу же делать все то, что он говорит, но наоборот. То есть мы не будем двигаться. Я не знаю, может что-то сейчас будет. Вообще, сколько там концовок добавили, не знаю. Я поширил все же, нет? А, вот. Все, я могу ходить. Ну, ладно, я не знаю, сейчас может...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Блин, громкий. Сейчас будем тогда, наверное, все перепроверять, все концовки. Хотя это, мне кажется, будет очень долго. Вообще, когда я в детстве играл в эту игру, мне было немножко страшно. Хотя, что тут может быть такого, я не знаю. Что такое громкий? Ну-ка, надо еще раз проверить. У меня просто такая тишина, никого нету. Какой-то диктор. Ты громкий, да. Подожди. Слишком тихо.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Блин, я уже забыл, как тут вообще все выглядит. Ё-моё, она сама открылась. А я не должен разве нажать там где? Вот, да.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Жалко, что это тоже не переведено. Раньше вроде так же было. Но сейчас будет вести код. А я не помню, какой там код был. 4538? Я нажал на 5.
What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so
Нет,
the
я
boss
забыл.
had assigned it an
А вдруг
extra
помнил
secret
бы.
pin number,
2845.
2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't.
Блин, я получается только...
Incredibly, by simply
Короче,
pushing random
тройка,
buttons
да,
on the
была лишней.
keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck.
Не понял.
Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened
А, нет, все так же
passageway.
вроде. Пока что вообще никаких различий нет. Или мне так кажется. Или все громкое. Ну, это тоже, да. Не, я еще на стриме, короче, убавлю чуток. Вот как-нибудь так.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Я еще помню, вроде раньше был русский диктор, а вот тут разве нету? Разве нету его туда? Язык. Нет, это внешний вид. А русских... Не субтитры мне нужны, стоп. Озвучка. Я не помню, как это делать, ладно.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Можно, брат? Ой, ладно.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Уи, ладно.
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome.
А вот это я не
See,
помню.
back when the Stanley Parable first launched in
Во-во-во-во, что-то новое.
getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room
Офигеть.
ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game, with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for
Офигеть.
you. That's how special you are. We call this
Я
part,
вообще не знал.
Good job, you've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Well done.
Я помню, что что-то типа такого бага было, только капец какое все громкое, да ё-моё. Ладно, нормально. Блин, прикольно. За что? А мне нравилось там быть. Ладно. Так, ну вообще, есть еще вроде концовка остаться там, внутри. А где можно еще что-то новое найти? Там вроде какая-то концовка должна быть. Эти компьютеры тоже надо нажимать. Блин, мне опять страшно, я не знаю почему. Вот когда такая тишина, я не знаю. Сейчас за поворотом хопа и скримит. Что это за страх у меня такой? Есть какое-то научное объяснение этому? Да. 2, 8, 4, 5.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
А можно его выключить по приколу? Что он говорить не мог и вообще ничего.
So he relaxed for a few moments with some calming new age music.
Ого. Это я что-то не помню.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Приседать. Стоп, тут. Раньше же нельзя было приседать. Или можно было, стоп. Это что новое, походу? Надо, короче, тогда искать место, где можно будет присесть. Можно ли будет там присесть? Мы тут вроде должны упасть куда-то, где нас убьет.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward.
Интересно, он что-нибудь скажет насчет того, что я так делаю? Но я не помню, что можно тут было приседать. Ладно, прыгаем. Наверное. Вот, все. Меня же не убьет, да?
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger
Как будто
picture.
освещение стало
He doesn't
по-другому.
know the real story.
Откуда я это все помню?
Forever in his narrow vision of what
Или
this
все так же было?
Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Прощай, Стэнли.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Ё-моё. Ты чё пугаешь?
And yet it would be just a
Yes.
few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator
А меня
think he was
разве не
going to
убьет?
accomplish?
Меня же должно было убить.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making
О!
life the same. Do
Русский
you see
язык.
now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Не, ну это все было, да, в первой части.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't...
А по-моему, в первой части, ну, короче, до этого обновления, если выйти из игры и зайти, то ничего не будет. А попробуем-ка.
This is the
Ничего не изменилось. Ладно.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Ладно, может что-то в обычной самой концовке, но в E будет, я не знаю.
Yet there was not a single person
Пока
here.
что только одну новую концовку нашли.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah blah blah. Dark secrets.
О, спасибо.
Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look.
Спасибо большое.
Kill some
Вот это точно новое.
Stanley walked straight ahead through
Так,
the large
приседать.
door of the red mind control facility.
Мы можем приседать.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Ну, посмотрим тогда эту концовку.
Their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Уволен, уволен.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept?
Тут, по-моему, что-то еще с этими кнопками можно будет сделать.
No.
Ладно.
He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content.
Вот эта дверь же еще тут была, да? Да.
All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in,
Он даже про нее когда-то ролики смотрел, что там типа, если комплекс, короче, взрывается, то по идее туда можешь забежать, но нет, нельзя.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer
Нифига не видно.
tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Нет, я не выйду. Я лучше на столике сижу. И чё кнопка есть? Главное бы случайно игру не зарестартить. Видимо, ничего не будет.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him.
Ой, да не обманывай меня. Давай быстрее.
Right now, that things were meant to happen, and Stanley was happy.
Человек всю жизнь нажимал кнопки, и теперь он стал счастливым из-за того, что он вышел из комплекса.
All of his co-workers were
Есть
gone.
второй вариант, просто
What did it
взорвать.
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
А потом
Perhaps he
попробовать
had simply
умереть.
missed a
Ну, чтобы не
moment.
ходить больше в левую дверь. Опа.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Ультра Делюкс. Окей.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Прикольно. Ладно, попрыгаем. Можно мне прыгать везде? Открыть новое меню. А, типа все больше нельзя.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes, I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Что это? Понятно.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of
Здорово,
craftsmanship that's gone into it.
Псевдыч.
In fact, I'm
Привет,
looking right now
Дима.
at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says test achievement.
Нет, не
Please
знал.
ignore. What
Я
quality assurance
смотрю
department
тут
signed off on
обнову.
this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally.
Виктор негодует на
It's my
разработчиков.
fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still
Первую часть можно было
why don't we
пострелять? Кто
just
помнит?
reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks, Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Друг. Меня другом назвал. Прикольно. Так, это продолжение концовки. Это типа все одна концовка или тут сразу несколько концовок вместе? Верните старый офис.
Stanley,
Даже
come over
доску
here.
могу скачать. Круто.
In the vent. I want to show you something.
Пец, интересно? Нравится с доской тусоваться в комнате? Да? Это игра такая. Или тут типа сразу несколько концов будет?
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
А ладно.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Да. Ребята играли в эту игру? Или я один такой? Хотя... Может быть и да. Демо. И играть 5 лет? Серьезно? Да, ачивка. Возможно получить эту ачивку. Это я уже такое видел. Эй, что такое? Чё кричишь, Дима? Или меня не слышно? Или что? Пугайте меня. Я говорю, вы играли в эту игру? Это типа вторая часть, типа дополнения. Короче, да.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning
10 из
triumph
10.
of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original
Да, я
Stanley
буду
Parable
читать
was.
таблички.
It
А
was
что?
literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim.
Так,
It was Persona
тут
3,
игра
it was
такая.
Fallout, and now
Дима, ты, видимо,
it's
да.
nothing.
Ну ты не знаешь,
It's no
что там
games
за
at
первая
all.
часть была.
It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an
Сейчас
hour
идут
of
рассуждения,
useless
короче, о
gameplay.
новых дополнениях в играх и вообще какие игры были раньше. Вот, The Stanley Parable, эта игра в 2013 году вышла. Вроде как на PC. Я в нее играл, было супер, и сейчас это типа дополнение вышло. И оно типа прям очень большое. Что это? Город? Какой город? Блин, знать бы английский, да. Счета какие-то. 2 двери. Просто символ этой игры. Это как 2 стула, только 2 двери. Эх! Ностальгия. Но мне кажется, мы должны...
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone. To spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Ну, не знаю. Серьезная комната. О, это комната за, по-моему, за использование читов в игре. А ее можешь, кстати, включить? Консоль. Не вроде. Чё, куда? Куда идти-то? В чем прикол? Назад?
These were simpler times, Stanley.
А,
But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
это что, Half-Life 2? Чуть не ударился об стену. Аккуратней там, что происходит? Что это было? Выпустите меня, алло? Что за хоррор? Нет, мне это не нравится. Бесконечная петля. Да, сейчас надо найти выход. Может, найдем. Блин, если тут будут скримеры какие-то. Попробуйте меня напугать. Эй, диктор. Спасай меня. Или он не знает, где я. Что есть? Как разнести эту комнату нафиг, а? Ладно, я пока поприседаю. Прошлые диалоги можешь включить? Может, он что-то сказал? Может, нам на какой-то кирпич надавить? Смотрите, о чем он сказал в своем субтитре. А нажимаю я. Может, тут есть какая-нибудь секретная концовка, нажать 10 тысяч раз. Как в каком-нибудь кликере. Не, он просто тут же может взаимодействовать с объектами. Я вижу щель какую-то. Я могу мне пролезть? Блин, бесит. Выпускайте меня, давайте. Что это было? Я говорю, щель увеличивается, походу, или что? зубы. Не, я как бы не это, не клаустрофобик. Что? Но мне это все не нравится. Сюда что там внизу? Да какая-то фигня появляется. О, что это? Что это? Как я это делаю? Прям надо кликать, да? Нет, это не баг. В этой игре все учтено. И будешь использовать читы, и тебя игра поймает. И будет какая-то концовка. Ну, вот эта вот фигня появилась. Что? Но оно ведь растет. Или у меня уже галлюцинации пошли, ребят, помогите. Или концовки, ну что такое нету. Я не знаю, я... У меня галлюцинация или оно растет? А еще купить. Ты уже, Захар, знаешь, видимо, да? Играть в эту игру. Что за телепорт? Вот это похоже на читание головы какой-то. Это глаз. Здесь тоже как будто бы. Примеры. Тут дверь какая-то. Вот его же не было. Да в смысле не растет? Так встать, то черное все. Может быть, ты сможешь туда пройти, когда она достаточно расширится. Как ее расширить? Меня типа поймали. Тут я увидел что-то, что я не должен был видеть. Но это единственное, с чем можно как-то взаимодействовать. Куда? Сюда. Куда? Сюда. Оп. 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 Ну, если рестартить игру, то вдруг это я концовку потеряю. Ревьюс, это обзоры. Обзоры. Может, ничего не надо делать? А, вот так впритык. Да, я же выключил. Я стану вот так вот и просто стою. Сейчас я развернусь, и там что-то будет. Нет. Да как так-то? Игра. Это как бы не смешно. Тут может освещение меняется, слушайте, я как будто стал лучше видеть. Вот что бывает, когда садишь человека в какую-то комнату, но начинаются какие-то глюки. У нас я забанил, бывает. Типа это надо сделать. Ну явно ярче стало. Может тут как-то время суток влияет. Может мне надо сюда прийти в 12 часов ночи. Как понять? В интернете смотреть неинтересно. В эту игру интересно играть самому и находить что-то новое. Некоторые моменты, конечно, заметить будет нереально. Это надо будет потратить тогда стримов так 1000, наверное. Может, и тут есть какая-нибудь концовка. Простоять 100 часов на одном месте. Ну а вдруг? Не, ну все равно, ну... Просто так сейчас эту концовку не хочется себе спойлерить. Или вы хотите, чтобы я начал игру заново? Добрый день, Саня, как дела? Давно тебя не видели. Как ты там? Как отсюда вылезти? Как отсюда вылезти? Как отсюда вылезти? Ладно. Я рестарчу игру. Если я потерял концовку, я буду очень сильно не рад. Давай, удачи. Быстро ты, конечно. Да, все заново, да?
Stanley, come over here. In the
Да ходил я уже туда.
show you something. Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway,
Если дальше
so who
потерял концовку,
cares?
то виноват ВГ, да. Блин. Это мне реально не нравится. Не, ну что за хрень? Новый контент теперь нельзя открыть.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Типа дальше идет как в первой части игра. Да? Да. Ладно, пойду вправо.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Это что-то новое?
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Когда-нибудь.
Stanley was so bad at following
Ладно.
directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Открыли? А, нет, закрыли. И да, тут раньше, если упадешь, тут ты типа разобьешься. О, супер мега секретная концовка. Это вряд ли. Все равно.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path.
Спасибо.
You
Так и
didn't
знал,
think
что его
I was
можно
actually
выключить.
just a
А,
recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
ну нет, ну это и эта концовка. Да отстань ты.
Come over here, in the vent. I want to show you something.
Это какая-то фигня.
Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
Ты все равно козел. Ладно, что-то новое. По-моему, если там остаться, то тоже какая-то концовка должна
When
быть.
Stanley came to a set of two
Да не
open
пойду
doors,
я.
this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. What? But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Сейчас надо попробовать разбиться.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Это машина. Оп.
But in his eagerness to prove
Нет,
that he is in
нельзя.
control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Давай, давай, я пойду
Come
еще
over
раз.
here, in the vent. I want to show you something.
Что ты мне тут еще покажешь? Кроме какой-то комнаты, с которой хрен выберешься.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying
Да,
the
да, да,
function
это
of
уже
Lost
все
content
было.
turned out to be, but it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I
О, она
want.
теперь пишет.
Experiences like the launch of
Прикольно.
the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Je suis dans la
And over here is where I keep reviews of the
Да я, блин, все это
like this
слушал.
stunning triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Ремонт сонной памяти.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories. These were simpler times, Stanley, but I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again.
Блин. Надо было с читами. Все чекать.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh, God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game
Какой-то
distributor.
баг был?
I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already
Короче, игра сломалась, видимо.
web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Игра у меня сломалась. Сейчас теперь все нормально, я надеюсь, будет. А что да?
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. But dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered. What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes.
Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture.
Ох уж эта инверсивная психология.
10,000 years
А я
until just
послушаю.
yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say,
the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. Got the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. Got the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. Got the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. Got the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. Got the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is.
Эх, пропущу все-таки.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes.
В смысле на пару минут?
Time for me to deliver a long, rambling
Уютненько,
monologue
да.
full of unnecessary verbal flourishes
Да,
and
да,
empty
да, да, да,
ruminations
да,
on the
да, да,
nature of
да, да, да.
choice.
Это фигня полная была.
Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite?
You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. Ah. See, now you've got me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look, I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. 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 Treatise, manifesto.
В этом что-то есть, Захар.
Manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
Такой опыт в других играх ты не получишь.
Treatise, manifesto. 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 Treatise, manifesto.
Блин, для меня это уже какой-то бит.
Manifesto. Treatise, 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 manifesto. Treatise.
Причем тут Кремль-бот, ладно.
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
Но раньше меня таким называли, да.
Manifesto. Treatise, 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 manifesto.
Ну, не знаю.
Treatise, manifesto.
По-моему, ничего нового.
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto,
Дефолт, в смысле дефолт.
treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto.
У меня так уже называли.
Manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise.
Ну, раньше было типа да. Сейчас я тоже не типа уже не новое.
Treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise.
Ну типа раньше так было.
Treatise, manifesto, 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 treatise, manifesto,
О!
treatise, manifesto, 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 treatise, manifesto.
Ну, ладно, ты на повторе.
Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time. The additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment. You are not beyond redemption. You may change, and you may become more, so much more than you were before. If there is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world, there is time for us to become our greatest selves, as great as we ever could dream of in our wildest, most ambitious visions for a brighter future. Wow. Now, Stanley, that's a review. It's perfect. It's the perfect review. It's the review I've always dreamed of receiving. I have to read it again. It's simply too wonderful. I have to experience this just one more time. From the ashes of depravity.
Не, ну, я готов все слушать, но не отзыв какого-то там человека.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping
Двери нету.
longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes. unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
Эх, мы уже, блин, всю комнату рассмотрели. Осталось только посмотреть на кнопку. Блин, хотел бы я себе такую кнопку, а? На домофон. Вот прям на мою квартиру. Хотя зачем? А почему бы и нет? Какая крутая кнопка. Всем кнопкам кнопка. Сколько был бы я счастлив, если у меня была бы эта кнопка. Блин. Сложно представить. Ладно.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer. And my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here. And more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room.
Рассказывай мне что-нибудь, я не буду нажимать.
I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press.
Если ты будешь молчать, я нажму. Расскажи что-нибудь интересное. Ты заставляешь меня страдать, ты сам-то понимаешь, что вообще творишь?
Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child, wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you, just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety, that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, 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 I know you too well. You'll be leaving me. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are.
Конечно, если ты будешь говорить одно и то же, я же, конечно же, скипну.
Every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me, the merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child, wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury, to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I have the power to prevent it all from happening.
Да, ты мог этого не допустить, но ты допустил.
Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time. That if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't
Может
lose
быть,
myself in
Захар.
the stretch of emptiness between you and me.
Может быть.
When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And
Мой
in the
разум рядом
stillness,
с тобой.
the emptiness folds
Я
itself
слушаю
outward
тебя.
between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
Для полной тишины не хватает, конечно, часы бы как-то выключить. Да. Шум вентилятора тоже. Гул ветра. Ну, в принципе, да, это можно назвать тишиной. Ведь никто не говорит. Или тишина это когда нет вообще никакого звука. Персональное угнетение. Не знаю. Что меня не угнетают. Я ведь знаю, что ты больше не ответишь. Есть еще диктору. Эта тишина, она будет длиться вечно. Или в тебе есть все же какой-то скрипт, который позволяет заговорить со мной спустя 3 часа реального времени. Но я не хочу ждать эти 3 часа. Я ведь не такой уж свободный человек. Как ты, диктор. Так что извиняй.
Oh, hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, There is only regret.
Год прошел.
There is only the turning wheel of missed
Ладно.
opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can
Стоп.
only describe
Тут
as
же
the
было
collapse
что-то.
of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down
Или
to a
нет?
single instant.
Тут что-то
In
было.
that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment. And I felt free. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid, as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
Peace in the darkness. Ну, удачи тебе. Угу. Он разучился говорить. Или он... Что с ним? И на сцену все так же. Тут вроде что-то было. Сетка вроде. Да, наделась. Не, он же диктор. Как он где-то инсайд-то может? Здесь вообще ничего не изменилось. Сколько времени прошло? А, ну. Что? Кнопка. Я понял, да. Пип-пип. Воды, походу, нет. Это же жарко, да? Не, ну гул воздуха еще есть, так что мы еще в реальности. Ну, в игровой. Так что мы еще не попали вот. Здесь все так же. Упали просто часы, погнали дальше.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should
Только
be
сейчас у него
you
забомбило.
should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think, to feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see,
Капец.
is clearly why they felt the need to
Как
expect
он
that the
все
game
заворачивает, а?
that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amused them endlessly from start to finish.
И ведь он
They didn't
с
understand
какой-то
that
прямо
it
вот
was
вообще
never meant
стороны-то
to be
прав.
funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said,
Ну, это такая себе
"Entertain
правда.
us." It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes, it seems that this is now the world we live in. It
Эх,
seems that we are
повторяешься.
people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now.
Что? Что это за звук был? Вода капает. Это типа крыша уже. Какое слово правильно подобрать? Гниет, я не знаю. Вообще непонятно, что тут за крыша. Короче, ладно, дальше. Нам, видимо, никто не ответит.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
Какой тут уже уровень воды? Тут не видно. Как будто и не поднялось ничего. Ладно. Куда вся вода стекает? Это кто-то ходит? Короче, по-моему, воды вообще нет. Ладно. Так, конструируем события. Что здесь произошло? Блин, вот был бы фонарик, а? Здесь все на месте. Судя по звуку, там прям какой-то ураган. Здесь все обрушилось. Пройти больше теперь здесь нельзя. Или можно? Нет, нельзя. Угу. Цветок. Точнее, это не цветок, но, короче, да, понятно. Просто крыша обвалилась. Нифига не видно, что там сверху. А все остальное в целом так же. Сейчас выберемся. Какой-то звук прям. Это типа вода. Так, я тут грустненько, неуютненько. Как по мне, красиво. Ладно, что нас ждет дальше? Во. Не совсем понятно, как это произошло и сколько мы тут десятилетий простояли. Почему именно здесь крыша обвалилась? А уже хоть музыка какая-то играет. Как это все произошло? Ну, все остальное также. А на часиках вроде камней не были. Кто-то камни двигает. Так. Тихо. Это уже какой-то хоррор. Ладно, спокойно. Ничего страшного. Не произойдет, это верно, да? Все будет нормально. Не нажимается. Ой, блин. Кнопка не нажимается, и какие-то страшные звуки пошли. Это дух диктора. А. И чё, как играть? О. Это в детстве эту игру боялся. Был там один уровень. Нет, не уровень, а концовка. Не помню, как она вообще заканчивается, но я тогда, в общем, сильно испугался. Ладно. Крыша просто чем-то накрыла. И что там, как будто кто-то дышит сверху. Какое-то существо. Какая-то птица. Животное. Спустя такое огромное количество времени, мне кажется, произошла эволюция. Какая-нибудь. Могли наводнить эту планету инопланетяне. Наверное, неправильно. Ну, короче, да. Выход! Эй, диктор! Ты рад? Мы можем снова играть в эту игру. Сейчас какой-нибудь червь меня из-под земли. За что?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
New контент. Окей.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
New контент. Это мы типа снова сюда приехали.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Два, тву, тви, деус. Два на русском. Блин, прикольно. 4, 4, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Нет, точнее, это 5, 5. Это 10. Короче.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Два, 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 два. Два, два. Идите ко второй части. Окей. Они вернулись 2 двери. На этот раз нам было сделать 3 двери. Хотя нет, 3 двери будет не лучше дверей. Нужно сделать какой-то необычный выбор. О, это же тот самый курс. Лого идей. И... Мультиплеер. Прохождение, да.
To be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
New content.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Бесконечная дыра. Эпилог, это, наверное, конец.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated.
Бесконечную дыру прыгай зачем?
So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button, which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Вау. Вау. Дайте мне эти кнопки. Прикольно.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim.
Jim.
Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. Imagine yourself driving to work as Jim, playing frisbee on the weekends as Jim, staying up all night for a popcorn and horror movie sleepover as Jim, developing a crippling substance addiction as Jim, rediscovering yourself through fringe religious groups as Jim, and finally dying a slow death at an old age surrounded by members of your cult as Jim. Do you feel it in your soul? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again.
Jim.
Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Ой. Джим.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Крутая идея.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting.
You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Окей. Ведро мне нравится.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already. Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is. Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on. You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
Понятно. Где это exit, то есть выход это там. Да. А 9 это собираемые предметы. Идет бесплатная ачивка, АК мне, наверное, туда не надо. Или надо.
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
И все.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic. Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Ну, работай. Нет, не хочет. Помню это помещение. Ну, осталось в дыру, а потом пилок.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Holy moly.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Что-то я сомневаюсь, что это надо прыгать. Так что я туда не пойду. Это какая-то подстава. Я пойду лучше в другое место. Лучше посмотреть эпилог. Чемпион мира по настройкам. Ну, тоже явно какую-то настройку надо сделать. Это как раз таки думаю, что пожалею. Что здесь надо настроить? Да я чемпион. Откройте мне дверь. Ладно. Посмотрим пилок, а потом прыгнем в дыру. Ну или выйдем. Хотя мне лучше, кажется, выйти.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later. All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
То есть ты утверждаешь то, что... Да нет, нет, я не прыгну. Или прыгнуть. Ну, в смысле... Нет. Явно подляна какая-то. Я ж потом... Ай, ладно. Я прыгну. Прыгну я. Посмотрим, что там. Вперед!
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite whole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
На самом деле мы не
Now, I
падаем.
don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things. Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready. Great. Now, I'm very... Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the whole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the whole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the whole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the whole not infinite, but it's barely... How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Давай, Захар, удачи. Понятно, я ничего не слышу.
Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it.
Понятно.
I don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Мне музыка начально понравилась. Нет. Нет.
Here we are.
За
Go
что?
on, try out some of the new features.
Ветрок какой-то красный. Ой, тихо. Погнали-ка еще попрыгаем. Ну, судя по тому, что ведро со мной, значит, и игра продвинулась вперед. Открой! Понятно. Может, сейчас заработает? Нет. Что это?
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay, are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go, version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead.
Марина Старова. Привет. О, капец. Реально ведь можно. Загрузку надо было еще пройти.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley picked up the bucket.
Положить уже нельзя. Зачем вот это здесь нужно?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired. Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home, here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home. Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection. But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone,
said the bucket.
Не возьму.
Oh, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half. Pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm dunny with the funny" now. Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, with each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles, all of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back. I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure.
The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke.
Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Я так понимаю, сейчас каждая новая концовка будет какой-то другой вместе с
Here
ведром.
we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land, well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stan.
Ты прикалываешься?
There.
Алло? Стэнли?
I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket. Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50
Так.
clicks.
Сейчас, подожди.
No, I'm still not feeling it. You see, now that you've gotten the bucket involved, my standards have gone up. Merely clicking a single door is no longer enough. Now, I want to see you press this bucket against multiple doors. Now, that's the kind of thing that merits an achievement. Why don't you put 20 bucket touches into door 417?
417 он сказал? Или 427? В 417, видимо, сказал.
Okay, great. Now, go touch the bucket on door 437 a few times. Yes, now we're getting somewhere. How about door 415? Give it some bucket love.
Pocket Love. 415.
Now back to door number 437.
Там что-то все по-другому.
You know, I think the coffee machine needs some attention. Why don't you rub the bucket on it a bit? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, now bring the bucket on top of employee 419's desk. Yes, this is great. Now the bucket knows exactly what it's like to be employee 419. Now, let's introduce it to door 416. We've almost got it. Now make the bucket and the copy machine touch again.
Кофемашин.
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 touches of the bucket on door 430. Yes, we did it. Wow, that felt amazing. You know, not all buckets will get this kind of experience. They won't all know what it's like to slam repeatedly against nearly every door in one section of an office building, or what it's like to be employee 419. Buckets may dream of an experience like this, but few can say they've truly lived it. You've given a bucket hope today. Stanley, I'm very proud of you.
И все, да? Ладно, пойдем. Что-то не то.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. said the bucket.
Концовка с ведром. Я не знаю, привет, лисятка. Вот-то что такое.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Привет еще раз, Саня. Анекдот у нас поселок Салат одной из самых технологичных армий мира с нетопными массе на Карл. Понятно. Короче, тут все концовки типа теперь по-другому, но с ведром. И нужно все эти концовки снова получить, но опять же с ведром.
Okay, this is day number 295. Take number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest
Круто ведь.
when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still
Я бы не смог на ведре.
why
Хотя хрен его знает.
world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so. What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get me. What's that? Who's there?
Гамбарата. Гамбарат. Что это слово означает?
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer back. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Ну,
Stanley
теперь надо разбиться.
into his chair. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge
Концовку ходил,
was
нет
simply
еще.
the place to be. And
Я
here
типа
it
помню
was,
концовки
that the
примерно
bucket turned out to be correct.
с первой
Oh,
части.
Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Даже вот какие-то новые нашел.
No,
Как минимум вот эту
said the
одну.
bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
Нашел еще
Cargo
концовку
lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
упасть в комнате с экранами в самом начале. Случайно вообще нашел. Так, упасть надо, да? Да, упасть.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Окей, теперь еще раз. Блин, это надо делать с ведром. Не, у меня не получалось выжить.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms.
При падении.
With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Hey Stanley, it's me. Just calling to let you know that you left your bucket at home. Silly. It's okay. I'm off to pick up groceries soon, so I could swing by your work and drop the bucket off at... Oh, wait a minute.
Не, я
This isn't
серьезно,
your
я
bucket? Wait, whose bucket is this?
очень
Well,
аккуратно
it
спускался.
doesn't belong to anyone else. I guess we could just,
Там
you
с
know...
2 метров падаешь, сразу умираешь.
Yeah,
В
I'd
окно
really like
нет,
to
не,
hang out with
не
this bucket for
упрыгивал.
a while.
В этой окне... Да, я
Oh,
помню, что
sorry,
можно
what was I saying?
выпасть.
Oh yeah, have a nice day at work. I'll be here at home with my bucket.
Тут шутки
Bye,
про
Stanley.
ведро. Ну давай выпрыгнем. Тут сейчас вроде выбор должен быть
whispered
как.
the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self. The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity,
Он капец как
and
громко
abandoned
говорит.
as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim.
Да, я говорю, что диалоги.
There was so much it could have done.
Но все равно посмотрим.
The bucket wondered to itself, perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He
Я
screamed.
бы хотел в Майнкрафт попробовать сгонять с ведром.
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared
Gambhorato.
assassinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole.
Драгоценный амулет.
I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of
Камбарату. Это главный злодей этой игры, я понял.
This time,
this is stupid. You are a bucket.
Это вселенная
So stupid.
этого Властелина колец. Лисяткин, я понял.
Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed. The bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank
Не знаю.
God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations.
Печати
to summon
мудрецов,
the true power.
заклинания,
Otherwise,
гом,
you would have
лотер.
easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's
Куда у меня
restart
ножик
the
был?
game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Ведро не виновато. Ведро надо спасти.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never... Stanley clutched the bucket.
Блин, я не
to his
дослушал.
chest. This was not the correct way.
Иногда вообще торопиться нельзя, иначе
Stanley
диалоги
felt the
теряешь.
bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was no, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Так, телефон я вытаскивал.
To go back to the meeting.
Осталось мне взять трубку и сходить в Майнкрафт в этой части.
No,
Said the bucket.
В окно тут нельзя
don't go to the
выпрыгнуть.
meeting
А, ну ты
room.
про то окно,
Go
да, я
somewhere
опять
else.
забыл.
The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Спуститься вниз ни разу не
Now ride the
получалось.
lift
Я
all
вот
the way to the top.
вот
There's
так вот
something up there
спускался.
I need you to do.
Капец ты громкий. Я вот так вот спускался и... Вот реально 2 метра, и я умирал.
Stanley
Я вон
did
там
not
вот
question
приземлялся.
why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have
Гараж.
alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't
Туда?
talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact.
Ты уверен?
He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation
Да.
of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms.
Да.
How deeply touching.
Да как? Да, еще один говорит.
The good old bucket.
Да,
Just
да нет, в
Stanley
смысле,
and
а
the
как?
bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together.
Капец, вы уже все такие профессионалы, как я понял. Ладно. Так нет, я же через мостики пошел.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be
Деревянный
correct?
мостик.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
Вы серьезно?
A cargo lift, yes. Go
Я вот тут
there.
спускаюсь
Go to the
постоянно, я
cargo
умираю.
lift.
То есть вы предлагаете где-то здесь спуститься, да? Ну, вот. Не, вы серьезно? Ладно, наверх я уже не поднимусь, так что сейчас опять будем рестартить. Ну я говорю, мы здесь разобьемся. Или у вас есть какая-то идея? ХЗ, да вы не знаете, ё-моё. Да как вы знаете, что можно, при этом не знаете, как туда попасть? Блин, вы не троллите, я уверен.
But Stanley
Да
feared
троллите
that
вы
the
меня.
path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
О,
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
да.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt
Гараж нельзя было никогда зайти.
telling him that the
И,
employee
по-моему, это наоборот,
was
выход
the place to be.
с этого
And here it
склада.
was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Так, сейчас у нас
No,
Said the bucket.
Майнкрафт.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. A cargo lift. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
А что с репликами? Он должен был сказать сейчас другое.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on
Не,
your
ну,
understanding of what
хрень
is
какая-то.
and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
А, нет, не фигня. Что новое?
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket.
А,
Actual bucket.
так да. Говори как. Через
Item 2.
точнее.
Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
Вот здесь знак, а там красная площадка.
Item 4. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that...
В смысле? Я все угадываю.
Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one.
Кого?
Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Сам ты ведро.
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Да, это ведро бывает. Я в этих тракторах не разбираюсь.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket.
Вообще, как это можно сравнить с ведром? Вот этим ведром.
That makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not.
Это ведро, оно священно.
What do you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
Нет!
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere
Вот истинное ведро.
with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift.
Все остальное не может быть ведром. Только вот это вот может быть ведром.
A bucket.
Я знаю, что такое ведро. Вот оно у меня в руках.
I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to
Капец.
begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game.
Нет.
Okay.
Я не позволю тебе.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my god, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either.
Я говорю, ведро священное. Его нельзя удалять, нельзя его убивать.
Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue. But it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a
Пакет в
game.
этой игре это абсолютно все.
Tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put
Но это
all of
все
the-
иллюзия.
Okay?
На самом деле
And
ведро...
we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that
Это всё
information
фальшивка.
might do to a person. All right, here we go. All of his co-workers were gone. What could
Так, концовки с Майнкрафтом мы не увидим.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Тогда куда нам осталось сходить? Позвонить и куда там упасть? Возле платформы, возле знака, там красная площадка.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the
Okay.
meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be
Там, по-моему, все
was
ответили
no,
на вопрос
never
про
mind. The
все.
bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Ладно, давай ответим, что все
Now
это
ride the
ведро.
lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you
Потом
to
твой
do.
знак попробуем.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Я за... Да. Сейчас, кстати, на все, да.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
Действительно, что такое ведро?
I've been here for a moment. Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation.
А, если без ведра пойти, то можно в Майнкрафт. Да я знаю, но там разве что-то новое будет? Там концовка изменена. Да капец, то есть даже если без ведра ходить, то все равно новые концовки.
Item 3. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket? What? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next
То
one.
есть ты думаешь... Ой, капец.
Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Без майна. А как тогда первая часть вообще прошла?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere.
This is a bucket.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something.
Но не
Unless
знаю.
in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
В 2013 давно.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket
Ну,
is threatening to tear
1.0 уже как
the
минимум.
relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay,
Опять.
here we go.
1.7.2.
What happened?
Это уже
Is
2014
everything
примерно.
gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was
1.5.2 ближе.
every single thing in the game was a bucket? Oh my God.
Потому что я помню, тайга где-то уже 2014-2015 год был. А это 1.8.10 было.
And you,
Вроде.
Stanley, you're still here.
Или
You're not a
1.7.10,
bucket either.
1.8.10.
Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you
Ой.
what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if
Я
you run
знал
into
об
anyone
этом.
else, maybe
Я
don't
тебе
mention
сказал
that.
об этом.
Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Ладно, будем считать, что все концовки с ведром это новые.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Ну и вообще просто новые
What could it
концовки
mean?
без ведра даже.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Ah, the embrace of an old friend.
A weathered companionship
Ведро.
that stands
Норм
the
ник.
test of time.
Ведро.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chin. This was not the
В
correct
отсовке
way to the
скинь на
meeting
ведро.
room, but Stanley had felt the bucket
Интересно,
calling
на
to him,
какой?
telling him that the
Там
employee
будет
lounge
пластиковое
was
ведро
the
какое-нибудь.
place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
Не, сейчас сгоняем. Я хочу просто к телефону сходить.
The bucket was wrong.
Про то, что там падает,
Stanley took the door on his left.
я
to
не
go
знаю,
back to the
короче.
meeting room,
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room.
Типа вот
Go
тут
somewhere
упасть?
else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Отсюда. То есть ровно вот тут упасть.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked all of his co-workers.
Смотри, я тебе сейчас покажу, как можно упасть.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of them. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chin. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee...
Меня это вообще как в первой части убило, так и сейчас.
And here it was. Had the
Как по мне,
bucket
можно
turned
было
out
бы
to be
добавить
correct?
что-нибудь
No,
новое.
never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room,
Вот, смотри.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Вот, смотри, ёма. Я сейчас упаду на эти коробки, я умру.
But Stanley... All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Так в первой
Perhaps
части
not
еще было.
everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
Я уже скоро все реплики увижу с ведром.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly.
Все, погнали к
to his chin.
телефону.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but
А потом
Stanley
налево.
felt the bucket calling
А
to
нет,
him,
стоп, там же еще
telling
будет
him that the employee
дверь.
lounge
Вот
was
тут вот
simply the
налево.
place to be.
И
And
там,
here it
по-моему,
was.
полоса
Had
будет
the
желтая.
bucket turned out to be
Полоска.
correct? Was no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room,
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go good,
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again
Иду,
obeyed
иду.
Now pick up the phone.
said the bucket. This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his
Опа.
bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Неплохо тут. Я думаю, на плойке поиграть здесь. О,
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders.
ведро.
Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can
Ведро,
convince
ты
him.
где?
I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Well, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location.
Дополнение
It
просто...
doesn't do anything else.
Ножницы, чтобы мы пошли домой. Какие типа, то, что сейчас дополнения выходят к играм, чтобы просто заработать на этом.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to.
Сколько интересная игра
All he
стоит?
cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid
400 рублей. Ё-моё. Ну, это показывает все проблемы игра строя.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it. Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more,
Блин, с ведром играть и смотреть телек. Классно.
more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
700 рублей, короче, вместе с дополнением сама игра.
Oh my god, what am I saying?
А, это типа отдельная, как...
Room to room. It's a bucket. It's
Отдельно
literally
за
just a
166,
bucket.
окей.
Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Ой! Тихо. Это у меня тут автокликер на букву N. Чтобы купить Deluxe, нужно купить еще и обычную игру. И поэтому 465, да? Все. Я тут просто ведром кликал по дверям.
I'm having feelings for the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Ну,
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket.
Я
Stanley.
дам.
I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
обычную версию не надо покупать, надо отличить только в этом. А, ну то есть все равно 465 рублей. Если не покупать первую.
All of his co-workers were
А, точнее не надо покупать. Ну, короче, просто 465.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
И, короче, да, просто 165 рублей. Все понял.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so
Так, все, теперь сейчас мы свернем налево.
Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
После комнаты с отдыхом.
Tightly to his chair. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Смотри на игры без ведра, зачем?
To go back to
Мне
the
это
visit,
нравится.
two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
О, все сразу.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you.
Ладно, посмотрим.
We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Окей.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next?
Но в этой подсобке тоже приятно было посидеть. Па-парара, парарара, парара.
This is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted
to drugs
and hookers.
Что?
It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Опа-на.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Я не хочу убивать ведро.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to
Тоже
spell
две
it out for you.
концовки.
Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Что же я могу сделать?
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality.
Сломать эту машину.
I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and... The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spell-binding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Я не специально. И вообще его творец его убил. Так.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great. Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle...
Быстренько сейчас тогда сплавим ведро, а потом попробуем сходить к играм. Да, сейчас отдадим.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was no, never mind.
Даже не хватает кнопки пропуска диалогов.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them
особенно в таких моментах.
Section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned.
Я не знаю, как ее вообще хоть врубать концовку с читами. Я бы посмотрел, да.
The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley.
А консоль как включить?
The first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before.
Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket,
Alt
but you're
F4.
spending too much time with
А,
it.
ну да.
Don't you want another story involving the adventure line?
Пара включить,
We
да,
can
да,
make the
да.
adventure line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh,
Давай.
and played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Что это за версия игры была такая?
Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Пожертвуем.
Stanley, we need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game.
Рид, наверное, Russian, YouTube, The Poop.
But it's such a
Или ты про чё?
well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
И что?
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket.
А как бросить-то?
The Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket.
Слазь давай с меня!
It's all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon?
Да забери ты у меня это ведро!
Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Так, а есть какая идея вообще? Если пойти к этой линии, начать концовку с линии, а потом забрать ведро. Ведро будет? Если я возьму ведро во время этой линии, то что будет? Ой, ведро, тихо.
Stanley's bucket, the only co-worker he would ever truly need.
А, стоп, если я иду и тысячи игр, то мне нужно без ведра идти.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Сейчас мы игры чекнем.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. it was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
Ну,
I realize that investing in your
любишь
trust in someone
экспериментировать?
can be difficult, but the
Люби
fact is
и
the story has been
саночки
about
возить,
nothing
да.
but you all this time. There's someone. Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why? I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do.
А эта табличка тоже самая в первой части была?
Look, let me prove it.
О,
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
статуэтка.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Да-да-да.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there?
Покажи мне все эти игры. Хотя мне кажется, ничего не изменится.
There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley.
Можно 4 часа проходить, да, и будет какая-то концовка, что ли, я не помню.
What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me, you've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Вот это прикольная тема. Кто это? Окей. Это я 7 часов реального времени играю? Не, я играю 3 часа 38 минут. Неправильно.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it?
Давай.
Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours.
Да,
So
4
why
часа.
don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective. Be sure to keep notes on your experience. You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done.
Он, по-моему, тогда был... Он тогда чернел, по-моему.
Your input was extremely
После
valuable.
этого.
Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here?
Майнкрафт. Майнкрафт. Я только ради этого запускал эту игру.
Let's give it a shot.
Сыграть в Майнкрафт в другой игре. Что? Где я?
About Stanley. What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game.
Firewatch.
And it seems there's even more. Come, let's
Название знакомое.
what else is out there.
Звук Майнкрафта двери тоже знакомый. Ладно.
Oh no. No, it can't be.
Тихо, дай побегать в другой игре.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
Нет! Ты офигел?
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game.
Ну давай.
Something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Да ладно. Захар, ты на стриме?
Just a nice big box.
Ну, хотя он знает, наверное.
There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Хоть раз в жизни сыграю в Rocket League. Дайте мне
Okay, so
машинку.
what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here.
Где?
Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Где? Опа! Погнали. Я надеюсь, синий это не я. О! Пипец. Как прыгать?
Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable... Hold on. What are you doing?
Я не хотел.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley.
Блин, вот это место в детстве... Я его боялся. И вот этого места особенно я тоже боялся, потому что... Тут какой-то противный звук, что ли, будет. Ну, короче, само по себе место страшно. Не, ну серьезно, ну... Умеет делать хорроры, конечно. Заканчивайте игру, мне страшно уже, серьезно. Спасибо.
I wonder
Конец.
what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice. And if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends,
Ну да,
the war comes
погнали
to
за
a
скином.
close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very
Однако
soon.
еще интересно, как в самом начале игры сесть в... закрыться в комнате с ведром. Типа такая же концовка была. Типа надо как-то ведро получить и закрыться.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was.
Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all? No, no, surely not.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Так. Получите награду.
Oh,
No.
Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy, it's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other
Стоп!
supplies.
Она в первой части здесь стояла.
Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket.
Я помню.
How hard it
Она
was.
стояла здесь в
Even
первой
the
части.
broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and
Офигеть.
lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I'd never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point.
А я сюда
Share your journal in
сразу же
detailing the
пришел.
rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it. Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
О,
There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the
Собственно,
natural order
Стэнли.
of things.
Проперти.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker. You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us a silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Че, уходить? Ну, похоже, что все. Обратно. Не, раньше можно было еще обратно зайти, он бы продолжил, сейчас не продолжает.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Можешь вниз сначала пойти? Я сначала вниз пойду. Ты...
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and
Фиг,
Figlets.
Стэнка.
What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken
Кажется,
that
ничего
risk?
нового.
All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy.
Ведро!
Something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe
Ведро!
I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket
Всё,
in his arms.
вижу.
Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is terribly wrong. Surely no good can come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre
Ведро, дайте!
hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket.
Психологическая поддержка реально была.
The rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him. Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket! Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to
Где?
room, passing by one
Ведра.
after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special...
Играется вообще классно, как дела?
He had to find the bucket.
Найди меня, а тут написано «Я жду».
It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him.
Внутри меня ведро.
It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Нет. Ладно.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work.
С
But on
ведром.
this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away,
Да-да-да,
she
смешно.
knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket.
Это самая интересная часть, не знаю. Уже как 4 часа стримлю.
And how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter.
Вот тебе и DLC.
She had no time for this.
Всех ведра.
A myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Сальто обратно, ладно. Окей. Нам осталось не так много концовок. Уже почти как бы все, да.
Stanley was alone.
Питерская.
This is great, he thought to himself.
В комментариях написано детское насилие. В смысле где?
He felt a connection to all buckets everywhere.
В ограничениях к просмотру? Да ну нафиг.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his
Ну тут была одна концовка, но там ничего такого.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Еще одна.
Getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and
Статуя
Very
лягурки.
soon you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Lorines. None of us can.
Угу. Если здесь закроется, то тоже никакой концовки не будет. Но здесь вроде как и не было. На всякий случай, может. О. О. Ладно, погнали. Мне надоело? Да нет. Я уже почти прошел. Надо еще будет зайти в кнопку, в комнату с кнопками. С ведром. Так, надо еще сейчас пока что пооткрывать. Куда это мы? Я мог нажать вниз? Да, я могу вверх или вниз. А без ведра сюда нельзя раньше было зайти. Так, не понял. Зависимость, в смысле, какая зависимость? А, это просто бесконечный лифт? Который нас никуда не везет, да? Понятно. Панду жалко.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
Да, мне ведро подсказало.
Guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Последняя.
The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Почти все. Сейчас, короче, надо будет спрыгнуть вниз. Или нет? Или да. Короче, надо сделать... Сейчас 4 концовки, по идее. Как минимум.
It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Итак, первая концовка, которую я уже получил, но без ведра.
Mind control facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next, Stanley wondered.
Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis.
Что такое панини?
But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel.
О, какой ковер!
In fact,
Нет,
after
это не...
some time, Stanley realized
Это не
that
то.
it had been ages since he had even
Или
thought
то.
of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility.
Попкорна не хватает, ведро.
Closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was inconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become...
Зависимость игр? Ну, не знаю. Как ты так определил? Снимаю, чё? Так, стоп. А, да, все верно. Ты чё?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
Опа-на.
I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Даже из 50 часов? Ну, есть же дни, когда я не стримлю. Вот недавно больше недели не стримил.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain?
Потому что я же с перерывами снимаю.
We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
76, окей.
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the warehouse. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of...
То есть игра запомнила, где я все эти статуэтки находил? Интересно. Ну, с паузами.
Let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
И там как бы. И под лестницей, и там. Не, ну, я ролики снимаю раз в год, может. А стримить, ну, так же. Ну, нет, не так же, но теперь тоже перерывы есть.
Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they? You know what? If Under the Stairs feels like the third place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments? Let's see, what came next?
Oh, yes, we found a figly in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened. This was a fifth mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the boss's bathroom. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion.
Что за ролик? Да.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
А тот проблема на ютубе, что стримы больше 12 часов, они не сохраняются. Ну как, сохраняется только 11:55. Иногда может сохраниться чуть больше. И, в принципе, вот. Надо купить.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here behind the boss's office. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a figly and I thought to myself,
Давай, удачи там. Спасибо, что зашел.
They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like. And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
Блин, время уже 9 часов.
Почти
10,
да.
Да вы куда?
We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels. Okay, yes, the back of the boss's office. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video. Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Блин, он обесценивает мои статуэтки. Я их находил, блин, первые 6. А все эти уже не так приятно. А я сюда не ходил. А, здесь ничего не будет, окей.
This was our second figly. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it, the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this? Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more memories. Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now.
Заставку.
I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Стэнли.
All of his co-workers
Надо
had
кнопки
gone.
пронажимать
What
еще
could it
чуток.
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. What new mysteries lay in store for our bucket-loving heroes today? Let's find out. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Перезапустить игру. Видимо, чтобы еще раз ответки собрать.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Так, сейчас сгоняем куда? Наверное, налево. Вот сюда.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
А может, нас ведро спасет?
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold. Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Да. Метро антистресс.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket. But there is something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine.
Ладно.
Don't reset the game.
Хорошо.
Another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools
Офигеть.
and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Это прикольно. Ведро! А как я без ведра-то? Я без ведра-то не могу. А! Ведро сломалось. Надо забрать срочно ведро и закрыться в комнате.
Now this, Stanley thought to himself, this is a bucket. And indeed it was.
С ведром. И надо было закрыться. И то сделал.
even now,
Да, и сейчас дверь будет закрываться, капец. О.
Finally, yes, the bucket. Yes, yes, yes. I love that bucket.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What
У
if
меня
a
есть ведро.
control fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough...
Понятно. Игра не понимает, что у него есть ведро. Точнее,
Now, Stanley's office was
просто не продумано.
What did it look like? There was a computer, but...
One man, one bucket. One chance to seize their destiny together. Stanley clutched the bucket
Итак,
tightly to
последние
his
две
chest.
концовки, я надеюсь, взорвать комплекс и...
Still no one was here.
И...
Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
И спастись.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
Да ёма.
Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
Так, наверное, стоит кое-что вспомнить. Кое-какие кнопки. Раз кнопка. Там кнопка какая-то, я не помню какая. Два.
Stanley and the bucket up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
5, 2, 5, 2, 3, 5. Один, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Окей, взрываем.
When at last they came to the source, but at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust, when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy. Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now.
Сейчас попробуем еще раз взорвать, только без ведра, и на эти кнопки нажимать. То, что я зря запомнил, где они находятся.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his coming to a staircase. Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content, walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machine... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever up. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to
Не
the
получилось.
meeting. It's bucket time.
Ну, я забыл, что там надо делать. Надо будет посмотреть на ютубе. Потом, может, кто-то смог. Может, там можно будет. Ну, короче, ладно, последняя концовка, и я закончу.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his
Последняя
boss's office
концовка.
was coming to a staircase. Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery... Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support. What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place, not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Так, ладно, сейчас посмотрю концовку с читом.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps it's bucket time.
Там надо ноуклип вроде
All of
как
his
прописать.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. It's bucket time.
Все, сейчас посмотрим. Включиться один. Да, привет. Как мне это написать? Блин, ну в интернете нет никаких идей пока что. Да не, это же новая часть. В этой части этого нету. Вот гайд, как на 2014 год сделать. Ну типа сейчас эта игра уже на Unity.
Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
Получается, я все концовки получил. Я не знаю, что еще не получал.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Ладно, это конец. Может, я вот эту заставку посмотреть. Так-то я все сделал. С Майнкрафтом, ведром. Майнкрафт. Тут нету Майнкрафта уже. Авторские права, как я понял. Если переходишь с ведром, то тебя не пускают. Если переходишь без ведра, то там другие игры. Там Rocket League и Firewatch. Понятно. И титры я тоже уже сегодня видел в одной из концовок. В принципе, это все. Хотя можно сейчас еще раз перезайти и кое-что перепроверить. Текущее время. Какая будет? 12 часов ночи. Ха-ха, нифига. И подставлю. Блин, прикольно. Ну да, здесь все так же сохранилось. Ну-ка, я еще раз зайду.
Тут где-то должна быть лесенка. Так, вот получается лестница. Уж на велике туда забраться. Ну-ка. Давай. Тут просто еще как бы скейт-парк есть у нас.
Я точно. Блин, прикольно. Тут даже я не успел зайти в игру, мне уже что-то новое показывал. Как минимум стоит того, чтобы позапускать её раз 10.
И нам предлагают прокатиться еще на мотоциклах, и на какой-то тачке, да, которая уже бесполезна, никто не катается. Но пока что мы затестируем просто горки и погнали! О, нифига, правда, полетели! Офигеть! И кнопочки вроде бы здесь как создание, да? Опа! Круто, день! Ну, эй!
Да. Да. Помогите. Да. Да, я готов. Еще перезовем.
Просто собираемся. И давайте мы затестим вот эту горку. Опачки. Погнали. Скатываемся. Оп. Красота. Красотища. Эй. Давай.
Нет. Да, что такое время, да. Ну, я типа согласен с вопросом, что такое время. Нет! 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 Не уходи! Блин, ну капец, я тебя сейчас хрен найду, потому что я знаю, где ты. Эпилог. Чего? Если бы сейчас бы не зашел бы в игру, я бы не узнал, что здесь есть эпилог. Stanley Parable я играю, мне тут братья спрашивают.
Что это?
Это Stanley Parable. Это пустыня. Я не знаю, Тёмочка. Я тебя не слышу. Эпилог. Реальный эпилог. Я все сделал в этой игре. Капец. Где я нашел дерево? Я нашел стул. Нет, не лучше, Силович. Не пускают. Капец, музыка орёт, но красиво, как я не могу.
Много стульчиков. Много стульчиков. Много стульчиков.
Тёма, я тебя не слышу. Нет, нифига не лучше. Капец, какая луна красивая. Игра орёт. Я играю. Так эта игра такая, тут надо идти все время вперед. Там машины ездят, или мне показалось? О, нет, что случилось?
Ой,
Дом памяти разрушен. Дом памяти. Дом памяти. Фитнес, да. Очень сильно похоже. Куки 9 блок. Вот же прикол. Если ты смотрел эту игру, то ты понял. Ну, ты, наверное, даже это знал до меня, если видел. А если не понял, то, короче, вот этот Куки 9, он написал обзор на эту игру. Как и множество других пользователей. Но, типа, в этой игре именно этот обзор тут, короче, в одной из концовок используется. И эта концовка как раз связана с пустыней. Она там, типа, немножко грустненькая. Эмочка, я знаю, куда идти. Подожди, я тут разговариваю. Понимаю, тоже он или нет. Что? Ой, как мило. Стэнли. Единственная кнопка. Двадцать 26. Ю-ху! Опа. Привет. Так и надо. Легендарный ведро. Ну, принтер надо. Да, так-то не полная чепуха. Здесь просто сейчас поднимается, да. Проблема современных игр. Блин, надо нажать, да. Причем еще заново идти. Блин, мне заново идти, чтобы сказать ему да. Да ну нет. Ну нет, ну серьезно. Ладно, я пройду еще раз весь этот путь. Только лишь ради того, чтобы сказать да. Да нельзя прыгать в костер. Не пускает, если. Где солнце? Я должен в сторону солнца идти. Вот, я пытаюсь зайти. Что за выживач? Первое слышу. Я ту игру посмотрел, которую ты скидывал. Ну, типа, нормально, ну, типа, я бы доделал эту игру. Точнее, в смысле, доделал, много изменил бы. Короче, да. Я же нажимаю эту кнопку. Стэнли. Так. Допустим, да. Что изменится? Да, я вернулся. Атомный Далай-Лама. Блин. Можно сразу же туда попасть. Зачем я нажал нет? Просто я понимаю, что это правильно. Что Нельзя продолжать видеть корову. Я ожидаю, что ответ изменится, его мне опять идти. О. Ты хочешь, чтобы вышла новая часть твоей любимой игры механоида, допустим? Но если в этих механоидах есть что еще сказать, то да. Причем до окончания истории. Вот в тех же механоидах, да, там нужно рассказать хотя бы историю с синиграми. Про людей этих вообще насрать. Хотя там люди будут. А в Stanley Parable что уже, все. Интересно. Может пройдите. Может что-нибудь даже найти. И жах тут как так нельзя 2 раза даже нажать, чтобы он сам шел. Я не могу сказать, что мне там не нравится или не нравится, пока я не поиграл. Просто я как увидел, то что там типа можно покупать корабли, типа делать свой флот, все такое. Мне интересно было бы просто сыграть еще в такую игру, где можно было бы собрать свой корабль. Вот. И все тоже оставить, что в этой игре есть. Хорошо, допустим, если там как проработана физика повреждений корабля? Легендарный принтер! Воу! Супер. Ну-ка, я теперь я перезайду. Где? Что-то все хреново. Ну, непростительно еще, ладно. Ну, детали корабля, понятно, там пушки, движки. А если прям вот часть корабля взяла и отвалилась? Вот прикольно. Правда, Захару. Не знаю зачем. Привет, Дикий! Я закончил только что прохождение игры. Поэтому я заканчиваю стрим. Да, не вовремя этот чуток подошел. Поздновато. Эх, классно. Классно. Хотя, ну не очень, но классно. Классно вернуться было. Да. Эх, ладно. Сегодня я больше стримить, наверное, уже не буду. Потому что надо математикой, наверное, позаниматься. Да. То у меня что-то с ней проблемы могут возникнуть на сессии, которая уже совсем скоро начнется. Дикий проект, кстати, Давид там сегодня стримил. Зайти я не успел. Может, что сам начинал стрим. И все, я заканчиваю. Все, ребят, давайте. Спасибо, кто тут со мной сидел. Давайте вам всем спокойной ночи, удачи и пока.